Good morning, YouTube. Good morning, Discord. Good morning, Kick. Good morning, Twitch. Good morning, Rumble. Good morning, Quiet Money. Good morning. Yeah. Good morning, Sonny. Good morning, Gregory, Blake, Nick. That echo, I'm sure you're out there. How is everyone today? Got a bit of a push down there for a minute after the news. And then it just put on a wick. So. Not good, lost 2 trades. Not good, Nick. Not good at all. Sorry to hear that, man. A little tough here. Because they were pushing it down, hoping for people to go short. So if you got in and out quick, you probably did all right with going short there. But for the most part, most people are going to get trapped in that move, sadly. I don't know if you were trading gold and that's how you ended up there or not, but sorry to hear it either way, man. It's never good. Break even for the day. I'm still in a buy on NQ. Oh yeah, you said let's look at NQ. Yeah, NQ rolled over. Little tough to call currently. Hate it when they do that, but yeah. Currently the upside looks good. Dixie doing? Yeah, Dixie just broke the 50, but still not sure if she'll get a close below or not. See, she could push up, maybe come up here and fill this gap. $19,858 is a nice level on NQ. Sonny says 858. Yeah, still got a ways to go on that. I placed a limit before news on a setup, and somehow I did get in directly before the candle break. Second trade, no discipline. Yeah. News is tough, and he was asking me over on Kick. I don't know if he's gone now, but he was asking me whether to open before news or after news or whatever. For me, it's always a setup and an entry. So if my setup's there prior to news, I will open the trade if it's not close. Like, normally I'm looking for closes. So since news is at 8:30, normally I'm going to be in, the trade around 8 a.m., 8:05, something like that. So I should be out by 8:30 for the most part. And if I'm not out by 8:30, probably go to break even or something like that just to manage it correctly. But being involved, right when news happens, being in a position essentially isn't that big of a, it's not going to happen to me that much because normally I'm waiting for the 30-minute or the hour close. So normally I'm right around, the 30-minute or the top of the hour. So 8:30 news, essentially, I'll probably already be out of a position if I was in one. And then once the news makes its move, if there's a setup afterwards, then obviously you can get involved then. But being in a position when the news hits isn't very likely for me. It was 25 minutes before. Limit was 19. Gotcha. Wow, Nick, that doesn't make no sense. Were you on NinjaTrader or what platform were you trading? Trade of 8 on TradingView. See, I don't know exactly how that works. Like, I was talking to the wife about that last night because we were looking at the how you enter on TradingView, and I think maybe if you enter above price like that, I think maybe you have to do stop limit, but I haven't figured it out yet. I've never really messed with trading. I like NinjaTrader above all, but so I haven't messed with that much, but I do want to get more familiar with it just because I know there's people that use Trade of 8 and TradingView. So I think I could do it on here actually. Oh no, I can't do it without signing into one, but I believe there's an option for stop limit rather than just limit, because I think if you do just limit, if you're above price and you're trying to buy, then it will enter you at the best price currently. And if you're below price and you're trying to sell, then it will enter you at the best price currently. To where if you do stop limit, it'll enter you once you get there. And the reason that I say that is because when you go to, and I know you guys can't see this, but when I go to my NinjaTrader and I right click it to enter and I'm above price, it'll say stop limit, and below price sell stop limit. So I assume TradingView should be similar, so I think it's got to be a stop limit order. But again, don't quote me on that because I do not use TradingView to trade currently. I do want to you know, get more familiar with it for those things. Yes, there's also a stop limit on TV. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I think when you go to the trading panel, like I think there's like a scroll bar. I was looking at it a little bit last night. Yeah, I think that is why you got filled. If you put stop limit instead of limit, it won't fill you until you get to that area. So thank you, Damien, too. And good morning, by the way. I was on the limit one. Yeah, try the stop limit next time. If you're above price or below it, you know what I mean? Depending on which way you're going, I think you have to. I think you do have to use a stop limit. Tony says it seems gold will test weekly open again. Yeah. Yeah, it seems like we're just kind of banging around weekly open, Sonny. The only thing one thing I don't like a lot when you get to the weekly open like this, seems like that's what you do, is it bounces around just like VWAP, right? Yeah, maybe another lower lows coming right after. Maybe. Yeah. That wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. I'd sure like to get out of here. We filled this wick right here, right? We put a wick on this candle earlier. So I removed that arrow. We've still got a candle here, and then we've got a candle down that we still need to put wicks on. So and I really don't want to trade this area. You know, you could say try to get up into this area, but really I don't prefer to trade it. I'd like to get up here to trade. Yeah, that'd be the target. Yeah. Yep, down here. And I kind of marked that out earlier. I'd love to go back down. I was hoping that when we came down with this candle that we were going to get a nice close below here with a bottom wick to recover so that we could have traded into the stop losses of everybody that went long. But did not work out. Just ended up with a wick instead. But we'll see here. Hopefully we get some kind of setup. Yep, Sonny, exactly. And that was the whole thing. Getting in a short there wasn't a bad idea at all. But getting out was a very, very, very smart idea. Once it didn't follow through. Absolutely smart idea to get away from it, so. Do I watch no top wicks or bottom wicks on the 800? No. For gold or for anything? Just something you're observing? I really don't pay a lot of attention to it, but I assume it should play out similar for anything. Yeah. I mean, yeah, no, I've never really watched it. I've only used the 800 for, you know, entry. I use the 30 and 1 hour for setup, and then use the 800 for actual entry. And then, of course, you know, on in queue, I use the same thing. It's entry. So I'll look for top wicks and flips on the 800 on in queue and ES, to where gold, the 800, I really don't pay as much attention to candle setup on the 800 per se. It's more of a managing the trade on the 800. You know, so my entry goes on the 800 and then I manage the trade from there. No, I haven't really paid that much attention to wickless candles on the 800. Interesting idea, though, for sure. Yeah, you do. Good deal. I mean, it works well, yeah, I guess. Works pretty well on NQ. That makes sense to a degree, though, because it moves so fast. NQ, you already know, it doesn't... The wicks don't make as much difference on the, you know, high time frames, like your 30-minute and your hour, because it just moves so fast that it can run without wicks, without it mattering much. Right? So, kind of makes sense that on the lower time frame, it respects the wicks more. Say I'm entering a short and there's no top wick. I'm looking for the price. We'll come back. Yeah. Yeah, and I could imagine that on the lower time frames just because it does move so fast. Huh. That is interesting though. Great insight, Sonny, for sure. Fast, of course, yeah. That is a fact. Yep. And that's the best thing, too. Like a crazy mouse or something. That works. Mouse on crack. That's what they always say is Nasdaq. Ian always says it's candles on crack. Nasdaq is, so. Yeah, that could very well be. That could very well be. It does move much slower. I like gold though because it respects TA so much, you know what I mean? In conjunction. I know I'm probably crazy because it's slow, but it seems like it's you know, it's nice to trade. From, you know, I'll say 8:20 NY time to 11-ish o'clock. But as of late, it hasn't been moving much. Do gotta agree with you there. The last few weeks, she has been super, super slow. Good morning, Joshua. Be another gap on SPX. Yeah. He seems to keep printing gaps. Yeah, it is crazy. There's that echo. Good morning, that echo. And Q needs to come back down to 26. That echo is loving his 26. How many trades you take off 26 yesterday, that echo? I know you talked about it a few times. Don't you think 60 is the new 26 after rollover? Interesting. I think that Sonny's just showing his age here. He's thinking that now 60 is the new 26. Huh. Using 26 forever, and now there's also a 77. What's the trade idea for today? I would like to see a close below, Mr. Y. But we can trade down into the top wick that we have, or into the bottom wick that we're missing below, but not super sure if we're going to get there. Form 2 days. Two off the 26, that echo. Okay. Not bad, not bad. Tried another on Apex, but and that's something else, guys. As we go through all these funded companies, right? If you have a consistency, like that echo saying right here, right? If you have a consistency on your funded company, then just swap to the next one, right? So another decent reason to keep a few funded companies, right? So say you have a 30% rule on the funded company that you're working on right now, you meet your 30% goal, swap to another account with a different company. You know what I mean? So it's always something you can do, or whatever. I mean, just an idea there. There's a lot of reasons in my opinion to keep a handful of funded companies that you work with anyway. But that's my opinion, especially after the Apex thing. I'm more apt to keep more companies now. I'll be honest with you. Tried another, yeah. 5.5. 26.5, sorry. Wow. Yeah. Always horrible when you miss it by 1 tick. Even 2 ticks. Anytime you miss it by a few, it's really, really, really bad. But Mr. Y, I'd like to see a close below here, right? And then top wick and flip to run down. It's one of those that it's going to be right at that time frame, right? That we always talk about. For you that want to get risky with it, your 15 close is probably going to give you the opportunity to get involved in the move down. So, essentially what you'll be looking for, close below right here with a bottom wick. And then the next 15 to come in, put on a top wick, and flip. I don't trade the 15, so I'm going to wait for the hour close. But it could run without me too, right? Dixie's pumping. Yeah. Yep. Just got to come up here and get this gap, I would say. Right? Oh. We'll push gold down. I will just watch. I'm sleepy. I can't trade. Yeah. Nothing wrong with that, Mr. Y. Like I said, for those that want to, you know, take it off the 15, I don't trade off the 15 anymore. There was a time when I did. And again, maybe it doesn't close below. There was a time that I did. And I've stopped trading off the 15. I only use the 30 and the hour now because I felt like I was limiting my losses by swapping. But I never traded the last 15 of the hour anyway, because normally you're going to see a wick put on. So essentially, if it pushes down here, you're going to expect that a wick's, you know, the bottom wick's put on. So that's why I stay away from the last 15 as well. Again, it may not close below. It may flip this candle and push up and retest up here again. Which would be great if it comes up, tests, holds, and then comes down and breaks its own low and gives us a bottom wick on the hour close. That would be great. Assuming we're going down, which would be ideal, but here she comes again. Like I said, it wouldn't surprise me if she doesn't close below. I would wait, but it's completely up to you if you want to get involved there. Because the problem is you want to wick on this candle, right? So if it comes down here, you're at 22 minutes left in the hour. Comes down here, your 15 could close below with a bottom wick. The only disadvantage of the whole situation there is you just expect this hour candle here to have a bottom wick. So even if it comes down here, you expect a retrace back up to keep a bottom wick. What would be super nice is to get a bottom wick here, close below, and then the next candle to come in the top wick, so you know that your longs have came in. Then candle pushes down, longs come in to buy it back up, you know, catching the knife. Next candle comes in, top wick, more longs are induced, expecting that we're back in this range, and then we can flip that candle, trade it back down into the original entries, hitting the stops of secondary entries, and then hit the stops of the original entries back down. Got a few minutes to wait here, though. makes sense from that wick, Sonny. Is that the rhythmic connection with Fast Track or that swapped yet? Quant Tower and Copy Trader. Yep. Do they have their own rhythmic now, though, or is it still just the... I know you said something about they were swapping to their own designated rhythmic. That never worked with Apex. They had the same issues once they got their own connection. Wow. Yeah, that is crazy. What the world? No, math isn't mathing. You are exactly right. That makes no sense. None at all. Hey, good morning. We're watching gold price play games, D. That's about it this morning. Yeah, that's about all it's doing. Yeah. Check it out, see what you see. The news came out, she got a nice push down and then just got bought right back up pretty quickly. Now we're just stuck playing with yesterday's lows, essentially. Yeah, I got you that echo. So, yeah. Yeah, but the thing is, and I'll be honest with you, when Apex switched to their own connection, it did not seem to make a lot of difference. Their whole thing was, we're going to switch to, our own connection so that we're not on the other connection, so it'll work better and so on and so forth. And I got to be honest with you, it just didn't seem like it really made that big of a difference. They still had plenty of rhythmic issues after that. I wonder if everybody, with my funded futures moving away from rhythmic, can you give me your idea, that echo? You think more companies will, go that route and move away from the rhythmic connections? Yeah, that does make sense, that echo. My funded future said something, though, about rhythmic being like old and outdated and just not great. I don't know nothing about it, or I don't understand the technicals to that degree. You already know me. That's not my strong suit. But is there, does that make sense? Is it better to go to, the other connections rather than the rhythmic connection? Or they got the 2GC, right? Is that what it's called? And then the DEX or whatever. Are them super superior to, say, rhythmic, or? Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. That rhythmic just isn't that great, which is sad, because I know that there were some people that prefer the rhythmic connection because you can use Sierra charts and things of that nature with it, but I'm not sure that super good, if that makes sense. I agree. I just don't think it's super good. Generally, you only have rhythmic or trade debate, and trade debate only allows ninja. Oh, I see what you're saying. So none of the rest of the... I thought that... Oh. Yeah. I agree with that, D. They're isolating themselves to their own platform with the option to use TradingView as well. Yeah, but don't you... let me pull that thing. Oh, it's Jigsaw and Bookmap. Is that supported under the... under TradeDebate too, or no? I mean, I know that Rhythmic offers much more support. I do know that for sure. Yeah. Jigsaw and Bookmap. And I'm still considering trying. Has anybody tried Jigsaw? Don't Ninja offers something similar. I haven't tried Jigsaw yet. I'm still kind of interested in trying Jigsaw. Nope, although it looks good to you. Okay, yeah. See, I thought about it. I almost wish I would have used that for Tick, but you live and you learn, right? I didn't realize you could add the other platforms. I'm hoping maybe at some point in time I can swap it on Tick and try to get the Jigsaw connection. I don't know. We'll see. Because I'd like to try it too. I agree. TickTick's still using the rhythmic connection for both those platforms as well, because I use TickTick straight on NinjaTrader as well. I can just sign in with the rhythmic connection. So even though I got it with Bookmap, I kind of regret doing that, but Pixie looks like it's going to go up and fill that gap, Sonny. But gold is not reacting much to it, sadly. Close right at it. Very beautiful. Break of the lows will be super risky here. One ticks. Toward the new 26. There you go, Sonny. Very good, very good. Yeah. Yeah. I'd like to see something. I'm concerned that they're waiting for FOMC at this point. Of course, I guess NAS will still run, but gold is not doing much of anything. My weekend was great, D. How was your weekend? Made some videos. Got some stuff done. Busy these days. Yeah, it happens. It happens. Watched some football. Had some Survivor picks and some mega contest picks and didn't do great, but it is what it is. Yeah, I had 2 entries to Survivor and lost one with the Eagles losing last night. I have not got into fantasy football. That's something I've never really got into. I do you know, the mega contest and the Survivor contest every year, and I'll do some football bets here and there, but I prefer live in-game betting on basketball, honestly, for betting. I feel like you got much more of an edge there, honestly. Because basically how I do it. Now, I'll go over real quick. We don't got nothing's going on in the market anyway, so might as well. Basically how I do it is I will wait for NBA and then take, you know, keep track of, let's see. And ask me to pick for him on my oh man, well, that would have been great. What I do with basketball is I bet in game, and essentially how I'll do it is and I haven't did it in a while because just time restraints more than anything, but I will keep track of what teams are favored, and then essentially when a team's favored, if you pick them to win, you're going to get negative money. So a lot of times it'll be, you know, minus 300, minus 500, depending on how favored they are. So you'd have to bet 300 to get 100 win, or 500 to get 100 win. And what I'll do is I will go into the game when it is, in play, and wait for those teams to get down. So basically, once they start getting down and behind, and I used to do it a lot with the Lakers. Again, they don't have the same team today. This is years back. I haven't got into doing much NBA betting as of the last few years, but anyways, they would get down, and then you place money on them. So you may get like even money, or even better than even. You might get some plus money on them, and they were good at coming back. And the reason being, essentially, when NBA teams pay their star players, a lot of times they'll have big money in their star players, and they won't spend a lot of money on their bench. So when they take their starter players out and their bench comes in, what will happen is they'll start falling behind and not doing so well. And the AI that runs the games, for your betting, basically just kind of adjusts it for them being behind. That's just kind of how it works. So you can start placing your bets once they're behind and get plus money on a team that essentially you would have, had negative money on, or so on and so forth. And then when they come back at the end of the game and win, now you didn't have to invest as much to get the win, and you got the edge in your favor. So, if that makes sense. Too complicated for you, yeah. Yeah, it's a little tough to explain, but that I used to do it, every big game night. So if they were having 4 or 5 games, those were the times that I normally got involved, and I'd sit there I'd rather bet on crypto. Yeah. Yeah, crypto's not bad. Crypto's all right. It's just crypto's tough for us in the US. They try to make it harder and harder all the time. It's all rigged. Absolutely. There's that. Yeah, I agree with that one. It's just, it's tough for us to even get involved with exchanges now. I mean, they've made it super hard for United States residents to do crypto. Part of the issue. Sadly, I wish it wasn't that way, but it just seems to be. Gold is playing games, guys. That is all she's doing. So are you saying D like predicting sports picks? Essentially? Very interesting to me. So just like a thought, or Sunny. It's tough right here, man. You're right at weekly. Oh, it's a tough spot. There's no bottom wick on this candle. So, and you are testing weekly open, and it failed before, but we've had 2 hits now. This is 3rd hit to weekly open. I don't know. You have a great idea. That's great. Hopefully, good luck, man. Hopefully it plays. It is just messing around. I'll be honest with you. He's laughing. I for real want to know more about that, D. Don't know how that works. Like, I guess I'm just curious as to, like, just a thought, or many avenues. I gotcha. That's pretty amazing, honestly. Oh. Honey, you're still good, right? Why aren't you a millionaire? Stopped out. Sorry, man. It's more complicated than that. Yeah, the pump did play out. Very true, Sonny. Gold and me are not friends. Yeah, I know, Sonny. Well, D, isn't it hard to follow like what you think? Like if you think something, right? Like if you think something's going to happen, then actually just following that thought rather than logically thinking about it, isn't that, I mean, isn't that a struggle, or do you not struggle with stuff like that? Me? Yeah. Just... Oh, me? No, D. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Sonny. I'm on two conversations here. Yeah, D, I was asking you. Sorry, Sonny. Yeah, Sonny. Sonny, I already know you take your thoughts here. Like, what I guess I'm asking, D, is, yeah, I try not to ask things that I know me nuts. Oh, gotcha. What about if you just think something, though, like... Yeah. Yeah. What if you just, you know, think that something, I mean, and I guess I'm talking about this when you talk about, like, maybe the market or sports betting or whatever, you know. I'm not talking about it so much in terms of life or what's going to happen per se in the future on life or whatever, but yeah. Yeah, like if you think something, they're not my own. That's how I know they're right. Man, is differentiating it tough or no? Yeah, that's what I was, same thought I had. Is it hard to... Takes practice. Gotcha. All right. Well, that works. In your own voice. Sometimes it's easy. Yeah, just curious, like. Yeah. I mean, you just, if you... Gotcha. I see, that makes sense. Just tough because, like, if you always, you know, think that something's going to be right, like you think that, you know, price is going to do this, let's just say, because we're sitting here looking at a chart, right? So you believe that price is going to do X, but there's absolutely no logic behind that reasoning. So therefore, you know, it's just kind of impossible to just say, okay, well, I'm gonna, for me, well, just saying, you know, it's tough to say, okay, well, logically this doesn't make sense, but I still think this, and then it works out that way. You know, that's tough to wrap your head around how to, you know what I mean? Just take it because logically it makes sense. Some people use only mediumship, others like me use both TA and mediums. Yeah. I have confirmation of play. Yeah. Makes sense. I guess sometimes I wish that, you know, you could just say, well, since you think or feel this, you could just, you know, like trade with it, even though logically it doesn't make sense to you. And it's one of those tough things, I guess. Maybe that's not the best idea in the world. That's what stop losses are for. Yeah. Fair enough. I'm a very logical thinker. So yeah, that's the tough part, right? When you base everything on logic, it has to make sense. This gold, yeah. She's rejecting now, it seems, Sonny. You probably got a top wick and a... No, not yet. 5 minutes, you may, right? Entering us. Yeah. It made sense. It made sense, Sonny. Just a little early, I guess. Point 4 was your idea? Gotcha. Yeah. It wasn't a revenge trade. Well, that's good. It's good. Yep, please don't do revenge trades, exactly. And I speak about that a little bit in the new Blue Sky video. I may actually try to pull a little short out of there or something, but I've had a lot of people talk about the daily loss limit and liking, you know, the companies that have the daily loss limit. I gotta tell you guys, it just doesn't make any sense to me. And again, if you're one of the people that do, it is what it is. It just, if you know, don't want to lose X amount, so say your daily loss limit on set account is 1K per day, right? If you go to another account that doesn't have that 1K loss limit that turns your account off, why don't you just walk away? Like, I mean, and I know some of these platforms you can set up a stop that turns your account off, but this game's this game's about discipline, guys. You really need to be able to, if you lose 1K and that's your rule set is to lose 1K, you really need to be able to walk away. You need to be able to say, okay, I lost 1K. I'm done, or whatever your number is, right? I'm done. I'm walking away. I mean, you shouldn't have to have a funding company to stop your account for you. That, you know, just my opinion. So I don't know. Just my thoughts, guys. I was watching the 15 and it showed be a fake pump with no bottom wick, so basically that was the main reason. I was thinking about shorting it back. My entry wasn't perfect, but that's fine. Yeah, it happens. Good job either way, son. Gold is playing today. Don't get me wrong. No, yeah, it's not a revenge trade. It's just gold is playing. I mean, no, I was just going over it just because you brought up the revenge trade thing, and I guess, you know, I guess people struggle with this, and that's why they prefer these, you know, companies that offer that daily loss limit that turns their account off. But I just, for the life of me, can't figure out, you know, why somebody can't just follow the rule themselves and walk away. I think anybody that can't do that, you know, rather than putting it on to a funding company or whatever as a, you know, way to control your trading, I think you're going to, you know, seriously consider figuring out a way to work on your discipline more. Because staying consistent takes discipline. So, I don't know. Be more self-improvement rather than trying to blame it on the fact that the the funding company doesn't have a daily loss limit that turns you off. But that's just my take, guys. How to work on discipline, Nick? It's, I mean, in my opinion, doing the same thing over and over and, you know, disciplining yourself for it rather than blaming it on other things. And I'll get into it real quick. And I've talked about this a few times, and Nick, you probably hadn't heard it, but you know, and it hurts people's feelings, and I'm not trying to hurt anybody's feelings. Don't get me wrong, but I believe a lot less in the psychology of trading. Everybody likes to say psychology, 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 and I call it discipline. And the reason that I call it discipline is because if it's a psychological problem, that in turn gives humans, right, an excuse. Oh, it's a psychology problem, so I have an excuse for the psychological issues that I'm having with trading, whether it be over trading, whether it be, revenge trading like we're just speaking about here. It's easy to use the word psychology and then use that as a blame game rather than using the word discipline. And now whose fault is it? You didn't follow your rules. You weren't disciplined. So now you've got to look in the mirror and say, well, I can't blame this on psychology anymore, as if I'm a victim. I have to blame this on the guy in the mirror because, I messed up. Discipline always is a different word than psychology. And I mean, they do a lot of that today, and it's easy for people to get caught up in the fact of this is a psychology thing, this is a psychology thing, because it's so acceptable in society today. When a kid acts up, let's just say in today's, society, when a child acts up, let's say, 8-year-old child acts up, now they say, oh, well, they've probably got a psychological issue, whether it be ADHD, whether it be, add in the different things that they use as excuses today, right? To where 50 years ago, an 8-year-old child acted up and they said, okay, their parents don't discipline them. That child needs some discipline. That child needs a good spanking, and things have changed so much that instead of blaming the matter at hand, we make excuses for why things happen. And those excuses make it hard, even in this trading space, when you use an excuse like psychology, it makes it hard to look in the mirror and say, no, I'm the guy that messed up. I didn't follow my rules. This is discipline at the end of the day. But who can fix it? The guy in the mirror, that's it. It's your fault. You didn't follow your rules. Stick to your rules next time and hold yourself accountable for what you did wrong. Rather than saying, well, I need to listen to another, psychology audio book, or I need to read some more psychology trading in order to try to mend my way out of this. No. You be accountable for what you did wrong. If you have a rule set, stick to it. If you don't have a rule set, get one. Get yourself a whiteboard. Put it above your trading area. Write down the rules. Here's the setup that I need. If this happens, then I look for an entry. If this happens, then I enter. Clear cut that way. If you don't follow your rules, you lost. That's what I try to tell everybody all the time. Doesn't matter whether you profited at the trade or not, because profiting on a trade today doesn't mean anything. Winning a trade right now doesn't mean anything. Winning the next 10 trades doesn't mean anything. Did you follow your rules? Because if you want to be consistent over a long period of time, following the rules is all that matters. You have to be disciplined. You have to follow your rules. Consistency is key. And I say it time and time and time again, and I know people get tired of me talking about consistency, but that's just my opinion. If you're consistent over the next 100 trades, you're going to see results. If you're consistent over the next 6 months, you're going to see results. If you're just worrying about what you made on this trade that you took today, you're probably never going to see results, because all you're thinking about is what you made and what you didn't make right now, which in the grand scheme of things doesn't mean anything. If you went to the gym with that mindset, you wouldn't accomplish much, would you? You go, you work out, all of a sudden you didn't get, You didn't add, 2 inches to your biceps, so man, it was screwed. Not worth nothing. Just not how it works. That's my thoughts on working on discipline, Nick. I mean, you get yourself a clear set of rules, you make sure you follow them. If you don't follow them, you lost today, regardless of what your P&L says, regardless of what trade played out and, ran forever. It doesn't matter. If you didn't follow your rules, it was a lose. If you followed your rules, no matter if you lost money on the last trade, then that was a win. Because at the end of the day, you're working on being consistent. And once you're consistent, you will consistently grow your bankroll. And that's what it's all about at the end of the day. Preach. Yes, Sonny, it was a great idea. Just my thoughts, D. Like I said, I'm a huge proponent on holding yourself accountable for what, for following your rules or not following your rules. At the end of the day, I think that's much more important than winning or losing a trade. But that is just me, because today's not going to make or break us. And if today does make or break you, you've, approached this whole situation wrong somehow, because it shouldn't make you or break you this trade or the next trade, You're right. I'm going to focus on that for now. CBA about the profit rule from Top Step. Going to risk 100 on the funding account now. Just focus on that. Being disciplined today. Yeah, Nick, and it happens. And again, but what happened, right? And this is the whole difference of looking at it. You can look at it as, oh, I took, a couple stops and I'm down today and it was the worst day ever. Or flip the script and say, okay, well, what did I learn? And that's the whole difference between someone who succeeds and someone who doesn't. Instead of thinking about how bad you did, what you lost, how, luck's against you. I know all the thoughts that go through people's heads, right? Instead, you say, okay, what did I do wrong? What did the guy in the mirror do wrong? And how can I improve that? And if you can improve it, then what was today really? A win. You didn't lose today anymore, because now you've improved the mistake that you made, and now you move on and you've accomplished, that goal. Moving forward, you won't make that mistake anymore. And sometimes really you have to look at it like that. You have to make mistakes, sadly, to better yourself just the same. But learning from those mistakes are the biggest part. All right, guys, I have to leave for now. All right, Sonny, see you tomorrow. Have a good one. But yeah, unfortunately, Nick, without making mistakes, you'll have a hard time learning from them. So, bad as that sounds, it is part of it, and then you can look at it in a positive way rather than a negative way, right? May get a close below here, but it is it's going to be the 11 o'clock close, guys. No top wick on this candle. Now we've put a top wick on, or a bottom wick on the last one. If we close below, still a little tough to get involved. It's just gold is playing today. Got to be honest with you. But Nick, for sure. I mean, every day that you learn something is getting you, one step closer to being a successful trader, being consistent, achieving the goal that you're set out to do here. Yep, and that's the whole thing. And you know, I've said it here before. You've got your setup, you got your entry. You know, and if setup's good, check. Entry's good, check. You take the entry. That's it. But there's no more to it than that. If setup's good, entry's not, you don't take it. You know, if setup's not good, obviously there's no way to even look for an entry. So, and that's really all there is to it. If you take a trade, and a lot of people, you know, and this is, we've talked about this before too. If you take a trade that doesn't meet your, you know, criteria or rules for your setup and your entry, and the trade works, unfortunately, that's not a great thing, because now you have won a trade but lost at trading. You know what I mean? So you won a battle but lost the war, and that's the biggest problem. You don't want to be in that situation, right? Self-gratification, your brain takes that. So that's why it's so important to follow your rules, right? Like, you know, being a young kid and you want something really, really bad, and you go and you mow a couple lawns, you don't make enough money to purchase it, and now you go and steal it. You know, it's not a great habit, right? Doing something the right way is always going to prove victorious in the end. That's the whole thing. And it's the same thing with trading. You want to make sure that your setup's there, your entry's there, you follow your rules, you take the trade, and you've won regardless that way, right? More about the process at the end of the day than the conclusion. We always are going to take another trade, right? So I'm not going to look at the 1KDD. Make consistent $1, then you can make consistent. Exactly. Yep, and that's exactly the truth. It's just a compounding game at the end of the day. If you can make, you know, $1 consistently every single day, you easily can make $1,000 consistently every single day. Once you work yourself to, you know, especially with these funding companies, because you can always up contracts, you can always use copy traders. It's so simple. Once you get consistent, consistency is all that matters. That's really the case. As long as you can consistently make a profit, then you can compound that profit as many times over as, you know, you feel fit, honestly. So I've always felt like that's where some people struggle, just because, you know, you come into the trading space, especially beginners, and you want to make, you know, $1,000 on this trade. It's just, it's not the way to look at it. The money figure really means nothing. The dollar figure really has nothing to do with what you're here to do, honestly. It's just consistently making a profit. Doesn't matter how much that profit is. And that's the big thing. First, people start with losing, you know. They consistently lose. That's normally where you begin at. Or you get, you know, a couple lucky trades here or there, and you make a little bit of money. And then you get to the point where you're just losing. And then eventually you get to the point to where you are breaking even, you know, and that's the hard hurdle. Going from breaking even, you know what I mean, to making profit is where a lot of people struggle. You know, they make it past the I'm losing to breaking even, which is great, but it's that little hurdle to get to being profitable. And normally your main concerns at that spot are limiting your losses. And that's what a lot of people struggle with, because in order to limit your losses, what you're trying to do is, you know, stricten your rules maybe, or not take certain setups anymore that you're more likely to lose more on. And then people will get antsy because now essentially you're not taking as many trades, but for that you're not taking as many losses either. And that's kind of what puts you over the hurdle of, you know, over the hump, let's say, of going from break even to consistently profiting. And most generally that comes with trading less. And a lot of people do struggle with that. Not always is that the case. You know, sometimes you can find other ways to limit your losses, but normally what it is, you know, let's just say you have 6 trade setups and you'll find out that, you know, 2 or 3 of them aren't actually profitable. Even though you're breaking even, those ones are the ones that are keeping you at break even. Get rid of those trade setups or those entry techniques or whatever it is, and you'll see that, you know, that puts you consistently profitable. It's a lot like when I swapped out of the 15-minute and just went to half an hour. When I was trading the 15-minute, of course, I was taking more trades, right? But with that, the 15-minute was, you know, causing me to have more losses too. Your phone died? Mm-hmm. That's crazy, D. Wish I had more time to trade. These days I really don't. Yeah. That's the only disadvantage. When you don't have a lot of time, it does make it a lot tougher. I was always fortunate in that, you know, I have plenty of time to trade and always had plenty of time to work on trading. So it was never that big of a deal. I had plenty of time to devote to it, if that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, and that makes it tough. I mean, if you can come up with something that's super, you know, scalping type strategies, it may help to where you can sit down at a chart for, you know, an hour or two. Yeah. Buy trades, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that works though. For sure. For sure. Leverage definitely helps. All right. Have a good one, D. See? You're too busy as it is. Have a good one. Hope to see you tomorrow. Does anybody have any questions today? Anything? Gold is just sideways, guys. Any questions at all, guys? I think I will probably shut down for today. There just is nothing here. So if anybody has any questions, this is a perfect time to ask them. If nobody has anything, I think I may shut down, go get to making some videos, guys. Have a great day. Nick, have a good one. Joshua, Damien, Gregory, that Echo. Make dinner. Yeah, it sounds like a good idea. Have a great day, guys. I will see you all back here tomorrow. Quiet Money, if you're still out there, have a great day. See you all back tomorrow morning. And as always, guys, stay consistent out there.